おい、どうした？
I dropped the phone and fell to my knees. Sarika had come over toward me. I grabbed her and held her tight. I was so scared, so scared. The knocking sound I had heard when I was at the hotel. I frantically rubbed the ear that I had been holding up to the phone, but it wouldn't stop. It wouldn't go away. That sound. I felt a sense of foreboding in the pit of my stomach. I had snuck into that hospital and they had stolen my phone. That wasn't something I could take back.
9時半になりました。皆さん、よろしいでしょうか。それではこれより、第3回私立碧氷学園文化祭を開催いたします。
All the students in the gym roared as soon as Kawahara-kun finished. Cheerful music began to fill the room, and students in costumes who probably belonged to some club or another began to dance. Half of the students watched them and laughed as they left the gym. They were probably the students in charge of the classroom displays and stalls in the courtyard. Kazuki looked me over at me to see if I was okay.
まあ、大丈夫。
Even if it was a lie, it was all I could bring myself to say. I couldn't smile. Because of her talents, Kazuki was asked to handle the audio system along with me for the student council's opening ceremony. The rest of the student council, except for Kawahara-kun, as well as Sir Ika and Ito, should have been left during the ceremony to patrol the school. It was only going to get busier when the school opened to the public at 10, about half an hour from now. When that happened, people from outside the school would be allowed in, and many different events would be held. I had to do my job too, but I couldn't bring myself to get out of the chair. Kazuki offered me a lollipop.
あ、いや。
She thought for a moment and took out a piece of fried squid from who knows where.
いや、そうじゃなくて。わかった。もらうよ。
I grabbed the lollipop and stood up. Kazuki stayed to handle the audio. She might have problems communicating, but there were other members of the student council around, so she would probably be fine.
ありがとな。自主映画特別棟2階視聴覚室でやってます。100円です。パンフレットタダで配布してます。
9時半から屋上のテニスコートでコメディテニスします。熱くなれよ。
I ignored the advertisements and headed to my destination. After that call, Ito had picked up the smartphone and called the number back, but no one had picked up. There was only the message that played when you shut off your service. The customer has requested that this number be temporarily disabled. We talked for a while, but none of us had any good ideas. By 3, we had settled on participating in the cultural festival like normal. And then laid down on our desks to get some sleep. I couldn't sleep. I was too nervous. In the end, I didn't get a little wink of sleep, and was only half awake for the opening ceremony and final check of the class's video. In the morning, I had passed by Ari Mira-san in the hallway. She had the smile on her face that she wore when she was with her friends. That only made me more nervous, and I was still nervous right now. I didn't yawn even once. I could see Sir Ika patrolling the stalls near the gate through the open doors of the school. Come to think of it, she had said she hadn't slept well either. If someone with her appetite was ignoring all the tasty treats for sale at the food stalls, she must have been telling the truth. Sir Ika had made contact with them at the hospital too. How were they able to call when I had shut off my phone? No, I should stop thinking about it. I had asked myself all these questions already. Why had they called Ito? How were they able to? Was there a reason they called right at the start of the day of a new gym incident? Should I go to the police? Would they believe me? I hadn't come up with answers to any of these questions. I could hear loud murmurs in the distance.
おい、裏門の方、渡部来てるらしいぜ。
マジかよ、行ってみようぜ。
He's early. The meeting is supposed to be at 1. Wait, he said he was going to do an article on the culture festival itself, right?
タク、行かないの？
At some point, Sarika had walked up behind me. Was she on patrol?
どうせ後で会うんだし、別にいいよ。
And suddenly she got very close to me.
元気が足りないな。もしかしてまだ昨日のあれ気にしてる？
そりゃそうだろ。
I would be crazy not to be thinking about it.
というか、お前だってさっきまで暗い顔してたじゃないか。
When I had seen her just a second ago, she looked really glum, but for some reason she looked better now. She looked surprised that I had seen her, and then
それはそうだけど、でもさ、だったら何かが起きる前に私たちが解決すればいいじゃんって。5人で仲良く真実を追求し解決するのが新聞部のモットーでしょ？
I've never heard that motto before.
タクならできるって。
Why does it keep doing that? I'm not even pushing that. After giving me a completely baseless motivational speech, she went back to her patrol.
タクならできるってか。
タクル、もう事件なんか追わないって約束して。帰ってきなさい。手伝ってほしいことたくさんあるの。
For now, I needed to get through this interview. First, there was the video to talk about, and then the sumo sticker with a different face. It would be great if I could ask Watabe what that meant too. I took a deep breath and started to go over the interview in my head.
来ないね。渡部さん、どうしちゃったのかな。
It was already 1:15. The interview was supposed to start at 1. Everyone had heard that Watabe, the famous journalist, was going to be here. The audience's seats in the gym were packed. There were even people standing. Everyone in the newspaper club except Karusu had arrived, and we were waiting below the stage. All the preparations were complete, but there was no sign of Watabe himself.
控え室にはいたんだろう？
ああ、1時間くらい前かな。挨拶してきた。
何やってんだ？緊張してトイレか？
それは僕だ。
あ？
ここだけの話、さっきからトイレばっかり行ってる。やっぱり僕には無理だ。こんな大勢の前で対談なんて。
今さらなんだよ、お前。
Sure, but I couldn't help but be nervous. I wasn't any good at dealing with crowds or people I didn't know. But now I was going to have to deal with both. Take the hint.
よし、伊藤、部長の座を譲る。お前が仕切ってくれ。
アホか。
Ito laughed away an offer that I had made in all seriousness. He stood up from his chair.
それにしても遅えな。みんな待ちくたびれてるじゃん。生徒会は何してんだ
Watabe was supposed to be getting the VIP treatment, and it was the student council's job to take care of him. But with Kurusu gone, they were probably having a hard time keeping up with all their work. From what I had heard, without Kurusu there to keep the peace, fights and arguments were breaking out everywhere. That only went to show how much everyone relied on her.
仕方ねえな。ちょっと呼んできてやるか。
しんちゃん待って、私も行くよ。
あ、おい。
Don't leave me and Kazuki here alone. Neither of us are capable of talking to anyone. What if Watabe comes while they're gone? What'll we do then? But Sarika and Ito went off to the waiting room without us. This was a problem.
あれれ、まだ始まってないんすね。
え？
先輩、チャオス。
Oh, it's just Ari Mura-san. Come to think of it, she had asked me to ask Watabe about that picture.
ずいぶん遅いですね。
はい。今迎えに行ってるけど。
ふーん。
そうだ、有村さん、聞こうと思ってたんですけど。
なんすか？
画像のことについて渡部さんを追求してほしいんですよね。その画像ってラブホテルの力士シールのことでしょ。それには僕たちも興味を持ってるんですけど、有村さんはどこまで知ってるんですか？あれのこと。
Ari Mura-san looked serious for just a moment, but then she grinned.
情報量は高くつくぜ、あんちゃんよ。
お金取るんですか？
当たり前よ。キャッシュで5000万スイス銀行に振り込んでくんな。クックック。
小学生みたいなこと言ってないで本気で教えてください。渡部さんにはうまく質問しますから。だから僕らにも情報を。
ねえ先輩、
はい。
何度も言ってますけど、私に敬語はいりませんよ。改めてくれるまでずっと言い続けますからね。
はい。
She changed the subject. Ari Mura-san was incredibly interested in Watabe's picture of the sumo sticker. Did she think that if I questioned him about it, she might gain some valuable information? I considered this as I watched her twin tails bounce in the air. And then suddenly, the curtain on the stage began to rise. I could start to see the bottom of the lectern and the chairs.
ねえ、始まっちゃいますよ。伊藤先輩たちは？
There was no message from the student council, and we had no idea what to do as we watched the curtain rise.
やっとかよおい。
遅えよ渡部。
渡部さん。
As the curtain rose, the gym was filled with the cheers and boos of the students.
人、おのえ、何してんだよ。早く戻ってこいって。
あれ？
Suddenly, Ari Mura-san spoke up.
どうしたの？
見てください。なんか変です。
She pointed to the stage. I looked up toward it.
Huh?
Watabe had come up the stairs backstage and was walking toward the podium. But he was staggering and struggling to stay up, and he looked like he was in pain. There was thick sweat on his forehead, and something that looked like drool was dripping down from his lips. But what was even stranger was his stomach. How to describe it? The spot between his ribs and his hips, right where his stomach and intestines would be, was all swollen up. You heard the word beer belly a lot, but it was worse than that. It was as if someone had stuck a giant rubber ball under his shirt. The students saw this and started to whisper. Their voices grew louder and louder. His moans grew louder as he reached the center of the stage. Just listening to them was enough to make you go crazy.
何ですかあれ。何なんですか。
わからない。
The whole gym, including the three of us, started to get louder. The students' screams echoed in my ears. Some people were trampled in the mad dash for the exits. But as everyone else was panicking, Ari, Mura-san, and I stood there in silent shock.
あれは。
そんな。
Something was pouring out of Watabe's mouth, mixed with his blood and stomach fluids. It had a face. Of course, it wasn't Watabe's face. It was something we had seen many times before. What was it? I knew it well, but it took me a few seconds to understand. And then...
力士シール。
Ari Mura-san began to scream, her voice joining the cacophony created by the other screaming students. October 10th, 2015, Saturday, 12:28, in an unused classroom in Hekiho Academy.
何もないところですいませんが、ここでお待ちいただけますか。いえ、早く来てしまったのはこちらですから。
Watabe bowed, and the man who had led him here from the teacher's office bowed back. Then the man left the room. He had forgotten the man's name as soon as he had heard it. All he remembered was that he was a typical high school teacher with somewhat delicate features. That was all Watabe thought he needed to know.
しかし、なんでもねえところだな。
He had heard that Hekiho was famous, but once he had gotten inside, he had found that it was just a normal high school, maybe a little cleaner than most. He had seen a TV crew from some station interviewing a student on his way here, but he couldn't imagine there was anything worth asking one.
まあ、多少は見どころのある奴らもいるみたいだが。
Since his ostensible reason for being here was to do an article on the cultural festival, he had to take a few pictures. It didn't matter what pictures he took, so he decided to just walk through the school. As he passed by a class that was doing some kind of Garo Froggy Cafe, there was a bit of a fuss. Student after student had asked him for handshakes and autographs. Almost the entire class had known his name. He had even taken a selfie with a girl who said she was a huge fan of his. When he had told her to keep it a secret, she had given him an innocent smile. That was the way it should be. That was the way normal people were supposed to act.
もっと上に行ってやれ。
It was only a short while ago that an online friend of his had suggested he come here. When he had been putting together what he had found out about the sumo stickers. Those fucking brats at the newspaper club here had published just before he did. He had given up on publishing his own
Rex Miller
article.
said, I saw you last night on Ravenna stream LOL.
I saw you too, friend. Welcome on in, Red. I hope you're having a fantastic existence. At least decided to show it to someone. When he had let his friends see it, they had suggested he publish it anyway. True, he was confident in the article itself. He had gotten a very good picture of the sumo sticker at the Love Hotel, which the newspaper club had only been able to get from a distance. There was a chance he would be called out for plagiarism, but then his friend had continued. You're capable of turning that to your advantage, right? Got a bit of a runny nose this morning, trying to get rid of it. That cold air coming in and stuff, I guess.
所詮は高校生の一部活だ。
Everything would depend on how he handled the interview, but Watabe was confident he could use this to bolster his fame. The ideal result would be to show that the newspaper club were the ones who had copied him. They uploaded their newspaper to Nikonia all the time, so they were sure to know who he was. If he offered them the chance to help with his articles, they would jump on it no matter what demands he made. He had started off at the very bottom, and he had worked his way up this far. He was capable of getting any scoop he wanted. His power was a blessing from heaven for a man who wanted to be a first-rate journalist. In the whole history of journalism, there had never been a case where a net reporter had identified a suspect ahead of the cops, the news, or the magazines. When a writer at a weekly magazine had found a suspect before the police, all of Japan was in an uproar. Watabe wanted to surpass that.
あとは警察へのコネがあれば完璧だな。
His one worry was the Love Hotel incident. When he had charged into the crime scene and gotten into a fight with the cops there, his camera had gone out of focus and he had failed to see part of the sumo sticker. He had used that to get this scoop, but if someone on the police force was paying attention to those stickers, and if they were enough of a weirdo to be paying careful attention to Watabe's articles, they might find something strange.
まあ、大して違ってはいないだろうからな。
People didn't really want to hear the truth. They wanted lies that sounded true, embellished so that they were all the more pleasing. When he heard the sound, he quickly flipped himself back into hard-working, good-natured reporter mode.
はい、どうぞ。どうぞ。
They didn't open the door, nor did they say anything. Watabe grunted, soft enough that they couldn't hear, and then put on a smile as he went to answer the door.
What?
わからない。
The students all started to panic at once, and the gym was filled with screams. Then Watabe's body fell to the floor, as if in slow motion. His legs were splayed, his eyes were open wide, still full of the terror of death. He was weeping tears of blood, and
あれは
そんな。
力士シール。
yes, it was a huge pile of sumo stickers. Watabe was probably already dead, but there were still crumpled sumo stickers pouring out of his mouth. Talk about getting into a sticky situation. My heart was racing. Beads of cold sweat had formed on my back. I felt a scream welling up in my throat, but something held it back.
警察電話。
あ
Watabe's eyes were motionless, pointing toward nothing in particular. I wanted to look away from this madness, but I couldn't.
警察って何番？そうだ、117。
No, wait, the police are. Wait, what was it? Maybe it's 119.
おい。
When we heard the voice, we were finally able to tear our eyes away from Ratabe's body. There was a female student making her way toward us, past the crowds fleeing toward the exits. A female student. No, she felt too grown up for that. And she was wearing a white lab coat. Between that and the sharp look in her eyes, part of me thought she might be a foreigner.
一体何があった？
She slowly looked around the gym. Her gaze stopped at Watabe's body,
あれは。
and then without moving an eyebrow, she said,
やったのはお前たちか？
Oh, chapter 4 already. Looks like chapter 3 isn't that long. Okay, it's interesting.
なるほどな。じゃあ被害者渡部さんは時間になっても体育館に現れなかったと。
はい。
そこで宮代くんと和樹さん、それから有村さんが待っていたところ、彼がいきなり舞台に上がってきて、そこで事件は起きた。間違いないね。
はい。
After that, we were all in a total daze, and everything happened very fast. The black-haired woman who had suddenly appeared called Detective Shinjo-san, who contacted the police station. Since our club was supposed to have an interview with him, we were questioned in our club room. During the questioning, we could hear students yelling outside and the sound of dozens of patrol car sirens, but it all quickly faded back into silence. The police had probably sealed off the whole school. There had been no announcement about what was going to happen with the culture festival. But after what had happened, there was no way it wouldn't be shut down.
で、伊藤君と尾上さんは事件の前に渡部さんの控え室へ行ったんだよね。渡部さんとは会わなかったのかい？
Am I a suspect? That's what Ito must have thought, because he suddenly started acting strange.
でも控え室には誰もいなかったんすな、尾上。
部屋は空っぽでした。
生徒会の役員は渡部さんの世話をしてたはずだろ？
それもいなかったです。
Sarika must have been surprised by the sudden question, because she started to fiddle with her Garo Froggy cell phone strap.
おいお前。不愉快な音を立てるな。うるさい。ごめんなさい。
She must have only then realized that she was doing it, because she quickly took her hand away from the strap.
尾上、落ち着け。誰もお前を疑ったりしないって。
ありがとう、タク。
有村さん、二人の言ってることは本当かな？
ええ、嘘じゃないですね。本当に誰もいなかったみたいですよ。
There was no doubt in her voice. From the look on her face, you would think she knew the whole story. And for some reason, Shinjo-san seemed to believe her.
そうか、了解だ。
He had believed every word Arimura-san had said during the entire questioning. It was kind of strange. Did the two of them trust each other that much?
一応聞いておくが、有村さん、君は体育館に行く前は何をしていたんだ？
何言ってるんですか？直前まであなたたちと一緒にいたはずですけど。もしかして忘れてます？もしそうなら脳の精密検査を受けることをおすすめしますけど。
いや、もちろん分かっているさ。ただ、念のためというやつで。
Shinjo-san scratched his head as if he didn't know how to respond. I take that back. There clearly wasn't any trust between the two of them. In fact, he didn't seem to know how to handle her. Then why would he trust what she said? Something felt strange, and there was one more thing. Arimura-san had said that she was with Shinjo-san until right before she came to the gym. But there had been barely any time between Watabe-san's appearance on the stage and Shinjo-san's arrival. So what had Shinjo-san been doing at the culture festival?
まさか最初から何かが起こると予想してた。
And then he had gotten in touch with Arimura-san ahead of time.
状況から考えると、君たちが彼の死に関与していることはなさそうだ。しかし、そうなると誰が？
Who killed Watabe and how?
渡部さんが舞台に上がってきたとき、怪しい人を見たりしていないか？
はい、誰も。
君はどうだ？
The black-haired girl had been leaning against the wall with her arms crossed. She looked up.
残念ながら、私が駆けつけた時、現場はパニック状態だったからな。
Her voice was as mature and calm as her appearance. She was probably a third-year student, but I had never seen her around the school before. Maybe the white lab coat was because she was part of the biology club or the science club. But what would a student be doing here with a detective?
まったく面倒なことだ。お前たちが犯人だったら簡単に済んでよかったんだが。
それどういう意味です？
どうもこうもそのままの意味だ。
私からすればあなたの方が怪しいですけど。
私は犯人じゃない。ほらどうだ、私が嘘をついているかどうかお前が一番よく分かっているはずだが。
Ari Mira-san was clearly annoyed, but the black-haired girl didn't seem to care in the slightest.
まあまあ、久野里さん、それくらいにしといてくれ。
Her name was Kuno Sato-san then. Evidently she knew Ari Mira-san, but it was clear from their conversation that the two of them didn't get along. And for some reason...
おい、お前。
はい、僕ですか。
他に誰がいる？
それは。
さっきから何をジロジロ見ている？
いえ、別に。
だったら下でも向いていろ。鬱陶しい。
I didn't know why, but Kuno Sato-san seemed to have it out for me too, not just Ari Mira-san.
一体何なんだ。
What did I do? I've never even met this girl before. Why is she acting like this?
いや、待てよ。
Or am I wrong, and we've actually met somewhere before? Did I do something to tick her off then? It was no good. I tried to remember and couldn't. But strangely,
彼女の声。
it felt like I had heard that voice somewhere before. But where?
ダメだ。こういう時に限って思い出せない。
It was really bugging me. There was nothing so useless as information that was inside you, but that you couldn't retrieve when you needed it. Information was only valuable if you could use it.
とにかくもう一度確認させてくれ。君たちは舞台の下で対談を待っていた。だがいくら待っても渡部さんは現れず、伊藤君と尾上さんが様子を見に行った。その後しばらくして突然渡部さんが舞台に上がってきて、そこで倒れた。間違いないね。
はい。
I suddenly remembered the way Watabe had looked. His eyes were out of focus, but full of terror. He was weeping tears of blood. His hand was stretched out as if seeking help, and the sumo stickers poured out of his mouth, covered in blood and vomit. It was a bizarre scene. I looked over at Ari Mira-san, and she must have remembered it too, because she was wincing.
両目から出血。口からは異物を嘔吐か。吐き出したのは力士シールと呼ばれる妙なシールだったな。検視は進んでいるのか、新庄さん。解剖はいつ行われる？
子供たちの前でそこまでは。
子供たちの前か。
Kuno Sato-san snorted, annoyed.
まあとにかく君たち新聞部には全員ちゃんとアリバイがある。心配しなくていいからな。
I breathed a sigh of relief. Even if I knew I was innocent, I would still be terrified of being arrested anyway.
ただ君と有村君、それと和樹君は事件を間近で見た目撃者だ。申し訳ないが、所轄の担当者が資料を作るのに協力してほしいと言ってる。
はいはい。やだって言ってもどうせ連れてくんですよね。
いや、別に君たちは被疑者じゃないから、あくまでも協力をだね。
この前もそんなこと言ってましたけど。
しかし、なんだろうな、君たちは。
Shinjo-san brushed his hand through his bangs. He hadn't cut his hair for a while.
何がです？
前回の柿田さんの事件といい、先日の彼女、クルス・ノノさんの死傷事件といい、ここのところ怪しい事件といえば必ず君たちが関わっている。これは偶然なんだろうか。
それは。
He was right. Even ignoring what happened to Kurusu, this was another potential homicide, like Revolving Dead. But we were just innocent bystanders. I knew that better than anyone.
僕たちは本当にたまたま。
たまたま？
Kuno Sato interrupted me.
本当にたまたまなのか？お前たちが気づいていないだけで何かある可能性は？事件を呼び寄せるような何かが。
I tried to say something back to her, but couldn't. Her eyes were that cold when she looked at me. Damn it, what's with this girl?
あの。
I was starting to get angry, and that was enough to get me to open my mouth.
僕、あなたに何か。
なんだ？
But I regretted it immediately. She was scary.
その。
言いたいことがあるならはっきり言え。時間の無駄だ。
じゃあ聞かせてもらいます。けど僕あなたに何かしましたか？
ああ？
なんだかすごく嫌われてるような。いや、僕の気のせいだったらすみません。
気にしない方がいいですよ、先輩。この人は誰に対してもこんな感じですから。
With everyone. Was that true? That was okay then.
誰に対してもというのは違うな。お前たちに対してだけだ。
お前たち？
ああ、そうだ。お前たちだ。
Does she mean me and Arimura-san? Or...
もしかして以前どこかで。
いや、お前のその辛気臭い顔を見るのは初めてだ。
Damn it. Then why does she have to be such a bitch?
とにかく手口から見て今回の事件もこれまでの猟奇事件との関連性が疑われる。
ニュージェネの狂気の再来すか？
The strange way that Watabe had died, and then the fact that today was October 10th. Just like Shinjo-san said, it was possible that there was a connection.
ああ、司法解剖の結果を待たなければ断定はできないが、日付と犯行の異常性は一致する。ところで宮代君、聞いてもいいか？
はい、何でしょうか？
あのボードは君たちが？
Shinjo-san was looking at the map we had put together to follow the case.
はい、そうですけど。
ちょっと見せてもらってもいいかな。
Shinjo-san stood up without waiting for my answer and walked over to the board. Kunosato-san moved away from the wall and followed him.
これどう思う？
そうだな。
The two of them started to whisper to each other. I tried to listen in, but I couldn't make it out. With nothing else to do, I whispered to Arimura-san.
あのさ、あの久野里って人、うちの生徒なのか？
For some reason, Arimura-san was staring at me in surprise.
僕、何か変なこと言った？
いえ、先輩がタメ口だったから。
I must have been so distracted by everything else that was going on that I didn't notice.
ごめんなさい、つい。
いえ、そのままでいいです。私は前からそうしてくれと言ってましたし。
わかりまし、じゃなくて、わかったよ、有村さん。
有村。
え？
さんもつけなくていいです。
わかった。有村。
First, the two of us had been bit together at the scene of Watabe's death, and now we had that strange, arrogant woman angry at us. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Maybe that's why I was finally able to talk to her normally.
それで、何の話でしたっけ？
あ、だからあの人。
The two of them were still talking about something in front of the map I had made.
知らないんですか？先輩と同じ3年生だそうですよ。と言っても、ほとんど学校に来たことないらしいですけど。
学校に来ないって不登校ってこと？
さあ、私もそこまでは。
So she was in my grade, but I was sure I had never seen her at school. Ito and Kurusu had a lot of connections. Would they know her?
っていうか、そもそも何者なんだ？僕たちのこと嫌ってるみたいだけど。
さあ。
さあって、知り合いなんだろ？
私もこの前会ったばかりで詳しいことは知りません。ただ。
Our conversation was cut off by the sudden sound of a phone.
失礼。
Shinjo-san took his phone out of his pocket. It was an old Japanese flip phone. Who still used one of those in 2015?
Morier said, "Good afternoon."
Hello, Mora. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're having a fantastic existence. I started to worry about whether a wrong-sider like that was capable of solving this case at all.
あ、そうか。わかった。それじゃ。
Someone must have told him to go somewhere. He folded up his phone and put it back in his pocket, then turned to face us.
俺たちは先に失礼する。君たちの迎えは少し後になると思うが、くれぐれも協力頼むな。
はあ。
わかりました。
だからそうめんどくさそうな顔するなって。時間がかからないように手は打っておく。それじゃ頼んだぞ。
Shinjo-san motioned to Kunosato-san, and the two of them left the room. As she left, Kunosato-san gave us one last cold glance. And the room fell silent. No one felt like talking, so we started to take out our phones or read magazines. He had said it would be a while before the police would arrive to pick us up. The only thing we could do was kill time.
な
I tried to talk to Arimura, but she either didn't hear me or was ignoring me. She was playing with her phone too. She seemed to be trying to get in touch with someone. It looked like she had a lot of friends, so she may have been asking someone what happened with the culture festival.
あ、もう一度事件の整理をしてみるか。
ねえタク。
Sir Ika stopped me as I had started to head for the board.
どうした尾上。
能力者ってなんだろうね。
は？
Psychic. Wait, psychic? Like those con artists you see running dingy little shops? It can't be.
なんだそれ。ラノベかなんかの話か。
ううん。さっき新藤さん？
新庄さんか。
うん。さっき新庄さんが制服の上に白衣着た人とそんなことを。
お前、二人の話聞こえたのか。
It was true that the two of them had been mumbling in front of the board. I could barely hear it, but Sir Ika was evidently able to make out some words from where she was sitting.
歴史シールの不可思議な現象とか能力者がなんとかとか事件に関係あるのかなって。
If they were talking about it now, then of course it had something to do with the case. But still, psychics? Like a mind reader or something. Or someone who could move stuff with his... Well, that's not the same as a psychic. Telekinesis is not the same as a psychic. Those are two different abilities. They didn't think this was all being caused by psychics with superpowers or something, did they?
いくらなんでも警察がそんなこと真面目に。
聞き間違いじゃないのか？
Both Ito and Kazuki were looking at her questioningly.
そうかな。確かにそんな風に聞こえたんだけど。
なあ有村、何か心当たりはないか。
She had spent time with Shinjo-san, so maybe she knew, but...
有村？
ああ、何ですかそれ。私アニメとか見ないんで。
She didn't really seem interested. Well, that's what most people our age would think when they heard the word psychic.
尾上、他に何か聞こえなかったか？新庄さんたちの話。
他にはね、
She was about to open her mouth. But then the sound of the door opening cut her off.
おーい、宮代くん、和樹くんいる？それに有村くんも。
先生。
よーしよし、おとなしくしてるね。そろそろ警察に行くよ。
え？警察の人が迎えに来るんじゃ。
引率係だよ。君たちは別に犯罪者じゃないし、あくまでもうちの生徒だからね。警察に呼ばれたなら僕が連れて行くのが筋だと思って。どうだい？僕っていい教師だろ？
as if he had ever actually done anything for us as our advisor. But still, I felt just a little relieved.
それじゃ行こうか。ああ、伊藤君と尾上君はすぐに帰宅すること。いいね。
ういっす。
The two of them started to get ready.
先生。
なんだい？
文化祭はどうなるんでしょうか。
さあ、今ちょうど会議中でどうなるかはまだわからないね。
That's all he said before he left the room. It was strange. Why had I asked that?
文化祭なんて別にどうでもよかったのにな。
嘘ね。
え
Lying? How? I wanted to ask what she meant, but it was clear that she wasn't going to tell me. She followed Mr. Wakui out into the hallway.
どうかした、宮代君。
I could hear him from outside the room. Kazuki looked over at me and made a let's go gesture. There was something that I wanted to know, no matter what. What Surika had just said. About Shinjo-san and Kunosato-san seriously discussing the word psychics. Mr. Wakui's entrance had interrupted our conversation, but I wasn't sure if it was okay to really write the idea off as silly nonsense.
すみません。これから警察行くなら結構時間かかりますよね。
そうなるだろうね。
だったら貴重品とかまとめて持って行ってもいいですか？置きっぱなしっていうのもなんなんで。
ああ、確かに。有村君、君も自分の教室へ行って持ってきなさい。僕は昇降口で待ってるから。
はい。
I listened to the two of them walk away. Okay, that should buy me a little time.
おい、尾上。
どうしたのタク？
さっきの話の続きだけどな。聞かせてくれないか
Amy-chan, where is the target? Being questioned for their involvement in the case. A suspect. It appears unlikely. They may finally have noticed. Understood. Continue. Of course. October 10th, 2015. Saturday. Shinjo grimaced. The smell of death was enough to make him nauseous. Watabe Tomoaki's body had been taken to a university hospital and put on an autopsy table less than 2 hours after his death. Normally, an autopsy would never be held this quickly. There was paperwork that needed to be filled out, and the family needed to agree. But Watabe's death was so bizarre that a cause of death needed to be found as soon as possible. Shinjo had taken a hard line with his superiors and used rather forceful methods to get the family's permission to perform a light and fast autopsy. The police force as a whole seemed determined to avoid a repeat of the failure 6 years ago. But what was truly unexpected was Kunosato's statement that she would attend the autopsy as well. Since he couldn't let a civilian, especially a high school girl, attend an autopsy unsupervised, he had been forced to go with her. The hospital's autopsy room was kept clean and very different from the musty atmosphere you often saw in foreign movies. But to Shinjo, this invisible smell of death was still thick in the air. It was nothing like seeing a body at a crime scene. It was almost physically uncomfortable. But Kunosato Mio, as far as he could tell, didn't seem bothered at all. Shinjo and Kunosato were watching the autopsy from the waiting room next door. The wall had glass to allow them to see into the room. The external and internal examinations had been completed, and now they were opening up the stomach and examining it.
君はこうなることを予見していたのか？
予見？
今日わざわざ渡部の対談を見に行くと言い出したのはなぜだ？それどころか有村ひなえにも渡部と接触するよう昨日から指示していたんだろう？まさか実は君が黒幕だとかいうオチはやめてくれよ。
そうできるならそうしてもいいかもな。
Shinjo couldn't tell if she was serious or not. He had spent the last several days with her, but he still had no idea what she was thinking.
渡部が殺されるかもしれないという予感はあった。予感を確信に変えるために有村に接触するように指示したんだ。だがまさか今日殺されるという予想はしていなかった。
有村ひなえが渡部に接触すると何がわかるんだ？
She didn't answer him, even though he was sharing police information with her. Would it really kill her to be a little more cooperative?
渡部はあの若さでスクープを連発しすぎていたと思わないか？
ああ、それが何か？
Just as he spoke, he heard a muffled moan come from the coroner. There were microphones in the autopsy room that would let them hear anything said there.
どうしたんだろう？どうしたんだ？
Shinjo pounded on the glass and motioned for the coroner to explain. The coroner nodded and moved the body so that they could see it better. Then he held up a pair of tweezers. He plunged the tweezers into Watabe's open abdomen. From where Shinjo and Kunosato were standing, they couldn't see inside. The tweezers seemed to grab something. That was all he said as he lifted up the tweezers. Between them was a sumo sticker in excellent condition.
胃の中で見つかった。
綺麗すぎるな。
It wasn't twisted or broken. The sticker was almost entirely intact.
それだけじゃない。こんなのは異常だ。
Suddenly, Kunosato opened the door leading into the autopsy room.
おい、勝手に！
You couldn't go in there without changing your clothes or disinfecting yourself. He tried to tell her that, but gave up. It was more important to find out what the coroner had seen. So he followed her in, even though he knew he wasn't supposed to. The coroner said nothing. He just stood there silently, holding his tweezers. Even Kunosato was shocked by what she saw inside the body. So was Shinjo. He covered his mouth with a handkerchief. It was just too bizarre. Watabe's stomach was so swollen it seemed ready to burst. And inside the stomach he could see Not just dozens, but hundreds of sumo
まだちゃん
stickers.
と確認はしていないが、食堂にも異常なほどの膨張が見られる。シールが途中で詰まっている可能性が高い。
考えられる死因は？
窒息死だろうな。
つまりこういうことか。渡部は窒息するほど何枚も何枚も何枚も力士シールを飲み込んでいたと。
No one, not Shinjo or the coroner, said a word. By the time Kazuki and I got back from the police station, the school looked completely different. The bustling school building was now almost completely empty. All the police tape was gone except from the gym, where the death had occurred. They must have finished their examination of the area. From the look of things, if I went back to the club room, I probably wouldn't find anyone there. But
Stream
for
Elements
now...
said, "Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate."
ああ、タク、花ちゃん、おかえり。
なんだ、思ったより早かったな。
Sarika and Ito were there.
有村は？
警察からまっすぐ帰った。もしかして僕たちを待っててくれたのか？
誰が好き好んで野郎を待たなきゃいかんのだ。和樹のことを待ってたんだよ。
Kazuki gave Ito a little bow.
花ちゃん、騙されちゃダメだよ。しんちゃんは片付けに時間がかかってるだけだから。ん？
こらこら、言うなお前は。
Well, that's what I figured, but I felt a little, no, a lot better. I could still see that awful corpse when I closed my eyes. Since I hadn't eaten anything since this morning, there was nothing to go up my throat except stomach acid. Because of that, my esophagus was starting to hurt. Just being able to talk to everyone like this made me feel a lot better.
あ、でも片付けってことはやっぱ中止なのか、学祭。
うん、タクが出てった後、アナウンスがあって。
そっか。もしかしたら延期って可能性もあるかと思ったんだけど。
ま、しゃあねえわな。なんたって殺人だからな。
And since it might have to do with all the other strange deaths, the school probably didn't have much of a choice.
で、お前らの方はどうだったんだよ。犯人扱いとかされなかったか？大丈夫か？
なんで僕が疑われるんだよ。むしろ重要な目撃者だぞ。
だからじゃねえか。ミステリーで目撃者っつったら容疑者確定だろ。
刑事ドラマの見過ぎだって。
But still, just like Shinjo-san had said earlier, it would make sense if they suspected me. I think this was the second time after the revolving dead incident that someone had died near me.
それにしてもさ、本当に今日事件が起こるなんてな。これで俺たちの推測は当たってたってことだな。
To be technical, the guy in the revolving dead case didn't actually die near you. He was already dead. It's just his head came off when you were near him. That's not the same thing. He didn't actually die from that. He was already dead. But
そうだな。
I leaned my tired body back into a chair and looked at the map on the wall. Now there was even more evidence. We would be certain at this point that what happened this morning was in some way related to the new Gen madness. But we still didn't know who had done it or why. The sumo stickers that made me sick every time I saw them were the only clue we had.
しかも今回の渡部の殺人にはそれが直接凶器として使われていた。
は？なんだって？
To be honest, I didn't really want to remember that. There was no way to know this unless you had experienced it for yourself. But seeing something in a video and seeing it in person were two radically different things. The biggest difference was the smell. Even if there was no blood, like this morning, there was still a unique stench in the air. Part of it was the smell of vomit and the excrement that slid out of the body after the muscles had relaxed. But it was more than that. There was a unique stench that corpses possessed. The smell of death, you might call it. Whenever I saw the body in my mind, I also remembered that scent.
警察の話だと渡部の死因は窒息死だよな。口の中に例のシールがいっぱいだったんだろ。
シールを口に入れられて喉に詰まっちゃったのかな。
犯人はなんでそんなことしたんだ？つうかさ、そもそも今までの事件と犯人が同じだと思うか？
どういうこと？
だってなあ。
Ito stopped and shrugged. I knew what he was trying to say. If we assumed that all these incidents were related, compared to Don't Look, Audio Bleed, and Revolving Dead, this murder seemed very different. The killer had jammed sumo stickers into the victim's mouth until he choked. It was cruel, sure. It also felt sloppy, brutal, and crude. But
僕だって最初はそう考えたよ。警察から話を聞くまではね。でも
when I was leaving the station, I heard the cops talking about the results of the autopsy. They said Watabe's stomach was filled to the brim with sumo stickers. So this case was every bit as weird as the other three. I tried to get out of the chair, but I was still a little tired, so I staggered a bit.
すべての事件の特徴を順を追って見てみると、今回の事件も明らかに同一の事件に属するものじゃないかと思えるんだ。
これまでの事件と共通点があるってこと？
それを聞いてほしい。順を追って話す。
That's right. What I was about to explain included a critical factor that we had never even considered before. It was what I had talked to Sarika about before I had left for the police station.
さっきの話の続きだけどな。聞かせてくれないか？
さっきの話？
言ってたろ。新庄さんと黒里さんの話。能力者とか不可思議なこととか。
ああ、なんだっけ。そうそう、なんかね、変なんだって、これまでの事件が。
そりゃ変だろ。だからこそ僕たちだって追っかけてるわけだし。
ああ、そういう意味じゃなくてね、死んだ被害者の人たちが。 最初の犠牲者こっちみんなの人のニア生のタイトル知ってるよね。
俺氏未来が見えてしまう剣だろ。
本当にね、その未来を予知できたのかもって。
は？
That's crazy. Was it some kind of joke?
で、次の音漏れ単なんだけど、ライブに来てた人が変だったんだって。
変ってどういう意味だ？
なんか熱に浮かされてたみたいな感じ。歌自体は大したことないんだけど、歌声に取りつかれたみたいな。
なんだよそれ、よくわかんないな。
そんなこと言われてもそう言ってたんだもん。
まあいい。で、次の回転デッドは？
バイトなのに業績がすごく良かったって。
それは単に有能だっただけじゃないのか？
そうなんだけどね、なんかこう相手の望んでることがわかるっていうか、もしかしたら盗聴でもしてるんじゃないかって陰で言われてたみたい。私が聞いたのはこれで全部だけど。
いや、上出来だ。よくそこまで聞き取ってくれたな。
もしかして役に立つ？
ああ。
Shinjo-san and Kunosato-san were talking very softly, so I hadn't been able to hear them at all. It was definitely thanks to Sir Ika that we had this information, but still...
能力？そんなまさか。
おーい、宮代くん、まだなのか？
あ、すみません。すぐ行きます。
After what I had heard from talking to Sir Ika, it was unbelievable, but if I looked at all the cases so far in light of that...
すべてを確かめるためにもう一度事件を整理してみるから、見ててくれ。
I turned to face the board on the wall. When I did so, I could feel strength coming back to my tired body and mind. Good. I was fine. What happened this morning hadn't made me afraid. Everyone looked at the Shibuya map, even Kazuki.
なんだ？円数2をプレイするんじゃないのか？
For some reason, Kazuki always participated when we used this. Well, whatever. I should start with the first case. The key points to focus on were what I had heard from Sarika before going to the police station and what I knew about the victims. Together they implied that...
そうか。やっぱりそういうことなのか。
No, wait, that can't be right.
けど、そう考えれば全ての辻褄が合う。
Actually, there were a lot of things that could only be explained that way. My mind was racing, and I soon felt a curiosity welling up within me that overrode the terror and disgust I had felt when I was at the scene of the murders.
やっぱりそうだ。信じられないけれど、あり得る。
It was probably a stupid idea, but if it were true, it would be incredible. It would change everything we thought we knew about the world.
なんだよ、気持ち悪いな。急に変な笑い声出すなよ。
だってね、なんかいつものタクに戻ったなって。
あ、
Now that I thought about it, I had gotten so excited that I had forgotten about the nightmares that were going on around me. I should get back on topic.
僕は気づいたんだ。直接犯人には繋がらないかもしれないけど、事件の全容を知る上で、いや、ひょっとしたら世界の常識を覆すような大きな共通点に。
I could see Kazuki gasp in surprise.
マジかよ。
すごい。
Everyone was looking at me as I explained everything piece by piece.
まず今回の渡部氏殺害事件がニュージェネの狂気の再来と呼ばれる一連の事件の延長線上にあるという話。
でもよ、さっきも言ったけど、ただの窒息死なんだろ。
いや違う。渡部の死因は確かに窒息死だけど、単に口の中いっぱいに力士シールを詰め込まれて死んだわけじゃない。
どういうことだ？
I stopped for a moment and took a deep breath. I knew that when I imagined it, I was going to shiver again.
彼は力士シールを胃の中までいっぱいに詰め込まれて死んだらしい。
Everyone's eyes went wide. I could tell that they were trying to figure out the meaning of what I just said.
胃の中まで？それって。
そう、力士シールを無理やり、それも噛み砕くことなく原型を残したまま大量に飲み込んで、あるいは飲まされて、それが原因で窒息して死んだ。そういうことになる。
そいつはまた。
雑どころじゃないんだ。むしろあまりにも変質的なんだよ。
だったら確かに今回の事件も一連の事件と同じ流れの中にあるってことになるわけか。
I nodded, then wrote down a brief overview of Watabe's death and pinned it to the map.
だがな、宮代、それがさっき言ってた世界の常識を覆すほどの共通点なのか？
いや、今のはただ渡部氏殺害事件が連続殺人事件の一環であるということを確認しただけで、もちろん本題はこの先にある。
I stopped talking for a second and looked around at everyone's faces.
まず、こっちみんなと呼ばれている第一の事件の被害者、大谷優馬。彼は未来がわかると言っていた。
んなのただの煽り文句だろ。
いいから最後まで聞けって。
Ito shrugged and stopped talking.
第二の事件、音漏れ炭。被害者、高柳百音の歌声には妙な魅力があったってファンは口を揃えて証言してる。聞いているだけでトランス状態になれるって。
あの刑事さん、そんなようなことを言ってた。
クラブとかで踊ってる連中と同じだろ。音楽や歌が聴いてる人間をトランス状態にするのはよくあることだ。
人をそういう状態にするにはそれなりの条件が必要だろ。クラブなんかはそういう効果をもたらすために作られた閉鎖空間だ。でも 高柳百音がストリートライブをしていた場所は違う。何の設備もない路上だ。
まあいいや、続けてくれ。
そして第3の事件、回転デッドの被害者柿田博則。彼はまるで顧客の心が読めているみたいだったそうだ。
おい、まさか。
Ito seemed to realize what I was trying to say. That's my partner for you. He's got good intuition.
渡部のあの写真、力士シールの表情が違うってことは言ったよな。
I had already told everyone that the expression on the sumo sticker I had photographed at the Love Hotel and the one in Watabe's article was different.
最初あれはコラージュか何かだと思った。実際渡部にはそういう噂があったからな。でもどうやら違うらしいんだ。刑事に確認してみたんだよ。そしたら渡部の撮った写真には改ざんされた形跡はなかったらしい。となると考えられる可能性は、
There was a chance that many of Watabe's too good to be true photographs weren't taken with a camera. He probably used some form of psychic photography. I wrote everything that occurred to me down on a memo and pinned it to the map. Ito laughed as I put it up.
いやいや待てって、いくらなんでもそりゃないだろ。
しんちゃん、今ので分かったの
Kazuki seemed irritated that Ito had figured out the answer before her. She started to bang on the wall like she always did.
おい、こらやめとけ。
要するに宮代はこう言いたいんだ。今回の事件の被害者に共通するのは、全員不可解とも思える現象を引き起こしていたという点だ。それが意味するのは、
Yes, it means that they...
「思い返してほしい。未来がわかるという大谷。妙な魅力があったという高柳。そして顧客の心が読める柿田。あまりにも出来すぎな写真の数々を撮影した渡部。それらは全て他人の心を掌握するため何かトリックを使っていたと推測することができる。
は？トリックって？
一石舞踏。つまりこういうことさ。まずは未来が見えると言っていた大谷だけれど、例えば彼がメディアの人間とつながりがあればまだ世間が知らない情報なんていくらでも手に入れられる。これを餌に自分があたかも預言者であるかのように振る舞うことも可能だろ。そして妙な魅力があったという高柳だけど、そもそも彼女は何度も路上ライブをしていて、すでに多少はファンがついていた。一度ファンになってしまえば人間なんて単純なもので、あの人には何か引きつけるものがあるんだという自己催眠をかけるものなんだよ。
You fuck. There we go.
顧客の心が読めるという書きただけど、これは単に信頼できる取引を続けていけばいいことなんだ。そうすれば客は勝手にあの人は我々が欲しがっているものを理解してくれていると思い込んでくれる。
そこまで断言できるなら証拠はあるのか？
Ito hit my argument in one of its weak spots.
それはないけど。
ないんじゃしょうがないだろ
もう一度考え直した方がよくない？
I was so sure too. Yes, it means that they...
そう。彼らはみんな。
彼らは特殊な能力を持っていた。そうだな。
Ito took the words right out of my mouth.
特殊ってつまり？
尾上が新庄さんから聞いた言葉で言うなら、能力者、つまり超能力者ってことだよ。
超能力？
超能力ってミステリー小説だったら奮発物どころか読者が怒っちまうぜ。
残念ながらこれは小説じゃない。事実だ。
だったらなおさらだよなあみんな。
Ito looked around at the others, expecting them to agree. But while Kazuki had looked surprised for a moment, she had quickly returned to her usual inscrutable expression, and Sir Ika was excited about something completely different.
超能力ってあれでしょ？こう透明になって女子更衣室に忍び込んだりするやつ。
No, 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 no. Where did that come from?
まあ、そういうのもあるかもしれないけど、普通はテレパシーとか。
テレパシーいいな。携帯電話とかいらないから料金かからないし。
Forget it. I should just give up on trying to talk to her about anything complicated.
でもさ、超能力なんて言い始めたら何でもありだろう。それこそ誰かが遠くから超能力を使って殺人を犯したとか。
いや、超能力って言っても多分そこまで便利なものじゃないんじゃないかな。せいぜい一つの能力しか使えないとか。それに忘れてもらっちゃ困るけど、超能力者なのは犯人ではなく被害者だってことだ。
でも被害者が超能力者ってことは犯人もそうだってことも考えられるだろ
う。まあな。
That was certainly possible. Or, no, it might actually be very likely.
ああ、そういえばさ。
Sarika cut the two of us off. Her voice was easygoing and unconcerned.
前にアットチャンネルか何かでそういう都市伝説があるってタク言ってなかった？確か渋谷で生活してると不思議な力が身につくとか。
That's right. How could I have forgotten something so important?
ああ、それなら俺も知ってるけどさ。でもあれって地震で死んだ人の霊が取り付くとかなんとか言われてる話だろ？ いくらなんでもそれはな。
例の話は後付けで、現象だけは実際のものだとしたら。
んなこと言ってもさ。
火のないところに煙は立たないって言うよ。
火の気のないところに火をつけて回るのがアットチャンネルだろうが。
それはそうだけど。
でも尾上は聞いたんだよな、能力者がどうとか言うのは。
そうだよ、警察の人が言ってたもん。
だからってよ。
Ito still didn't seem willing to accept it. Well, I could understand that. Even I thought this was a little crazy, but for some reason it felt to me like this was the explanation closest to the truth.
伊藤の言いたいこともわかる。でも仮説の一つとして考えておいてもいいとは思わないか？
それはまあ。
He fell silent. Normally, Kazuki would have gotten bored with all this talking and gone back to her computer, but today she wasn't moving. She wasn't participating in our conversation, but for once she seemed interested.
まあ100歩譲って宮代の仮説が正しいとしようじゃないか。じゃあもう一つの共通点との関係は？
もう一つの共通点って？
力士シールだろ。
ああ、そっか。
The sumo stickers were involved in this case too. No, you could say that this time they were actually the murder weapon.
そもそもなんで全ての現場に力士シールがあるんだろうな。
普通に考えたら殺された人が残すんだよね。ダイビングメッセージだっけ？
ダイイングな。でも今回の場合は凶器そのものが力士シールなんだから、それは当てはまらない。
Dying message. A message left by someone on the verge of death. They are often utilized in mysteries, where they are left behind by the murder victim as a clue to find the killer. There have been several cases where dying messages were left behind by real murder victims.
となると犯人が置いてったってことだよな。自分がやったってことを分からせるためか、あるいは
誰かに何らかのメッセージを送るためか。
Which means that card would have some kind of meaning that all the victims understood. But the only thing they have in common that we know about now is that they had special powers.
あ、電話だ。
Sir Ika took her phone out of her pocket and looked at the screen, then frowned and looked at me.
のんちゃんから。
ということで、吉祥寺で今行列ができているラーメン店3つご紹介しました。どうですか？気になるお店ありましたか
？2つ目のつけ麺のお店が気になりますね。魚介スープではなく味噌ラーメン風のスープというのが新しいなと思いまして。
そうですね。味噌といってもつけ麺用にアレンジされていて結構さっぱりしているんですよね。
今テロップが出ていますね。速報です。今日お昼頃、フリージャーナリストの渡部智明さん22歳が
There was a large sign at the top of the screen, which read, "Freelance journalist Watabe Tomoaki-san dies violently during speech."
渋谷署では事件・事故の両方の可能性があるとして、渡部さんの死因や病気の有無など詳しく調べています。渡部さんはつい先日、渋谷で大量に貼られている力士シールと連続自殺事件に関連性があるという内容のスクープ記事を書き、注目されていました。
You hear? Watabe's dead. What, you mean the Watabe? That's a shock. Watabe, I'm gonna cry. You knew him? No, but I thought he was great. Just a fan, huh? He seemed really smart. You know, when you look at him, he isn't all that hot. So it was his face in the end. Why did he die anyway? I don't know. That's what they were saying on Rhine. Wasn't he on TV yesterday? He was writing an article about how the sumo stickers in Shibuya were bad news. What? He was the one putting them up? No, he didn't put them up. That the sumo stickers had something to do with the case. The new generation madness, you know? Was Watabe killed by the people putting up the sumo stickers? Scary shit. Those eyes are God's eyes. 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 According to an announcement by the Shibuya Metropolitan Police on the afternoon of the 10th at around 1, Watabe Tomoaki was found dead. The Shibuya police are investigating both the possibility of an accident as well as a potential murder or suicide, and are looking into the cause of Watabe-san's death and any illness he may have had. First post. Rest in peace. Rest in peace. The Schadenfreude is giving me a boner. He had a dance with hard luck. Rest in peace. That's what you get. Holy shit. Who? R.I.P. Rest in peace. Whose eyes are those eyes? Rest in peace. Did he learn too much? The darkness of the sumo stickers runs deep. Wait, this is seriously scary. How come you guys are laughing? Somebody has to have killed him, right? Holy shit. Today's the fucking 10th. New generation madness. So it's begun. Rest in peace. The sumo stickers are God. No objections allowed. Glad that asshole's dead. Which one of you guys did this? That's what you get. So the dates match again. Those eyes are God's eyes. Why do you guys hate him so much? He's just some loser plagiarist. Rest in peace. So who's this guy again? Don't put out a breaking news update just because his dumbass died. I was recording from Conan. Worship the sumo stickers. Die. That proves it. The next one will be on the 23rd. The sumo stickers are God. No objections allowed. Repent of your sins. There will be more victims. You're kidding me. The guy reports on all this stuff and ends up killed himself. The sumo stickers are God. The sumo stickers are God. The sumo stickers are God. It's the return of the new generation madness, and I can't bear it. Return of the new generation madness. You're late. That's what I'm here to see. The sumo stickers are God. The sumo stickers are God. The sumo stickers are God. End up just like what Tabi said. The sumo stickers will save the world. Troll somewhere else. Maybe Watabe killed himself to prove his article was right. If so, then he's got my respect. A miraculous carnival is about to begin. The sumo stickers are God. What is happening in Shibuya? I silently looked up at the building. The lights were on in the room at the end of the living room on the third floor, which meant that she was awake. I knew she would be, but even so I couldn't help but sigh. That was the end of my last hope. After Sarika had answered the phone, she had handed it to me without saying a word. Just like I had expected, her voice was calm. Both me, Sarika, and Ito knew from experience that meant she was angry. She had told me to come home immediately in a flat, emotionless voice. I couldn't even make any excuses. I had been hoping she would be asleep when I got here, but now I realized there was never any chance of that. No, I didn't know for certain that she wanted to talk about what happened today. It might be about something else. No, no way. That was impossible. I was 90% sure of it. I gave up and headed to Kurusu's room. When I went inside, she was sitting on the bed waiting for me.
傷に触るだろ。ちゃんと寝てないと。
また警察に連れて行かれたって聞いたんだけど。
Kurusu cut me off. Her voice was calm and level. Normally, this would have been a relief, but in Kurusu's case, it just made me feel more scared.
この情報に間違いはないわね。
誰の情報？
そんなの誰だっていいでしょ。それより本当なの？どうなの？
それは。
Kawahara-kun must have told her. Damn it. Why did he have to tell Kurusu of all people? I knew I was in for another lecture. No, I would be lucky if it was just a lecture. If it was anything worse, I didn't want to think about it. If her voice was this calm, it was a warning sign. I needed to proceed cautiously.
さっきから黙っているなんて一体どうしたんでしょうね。もしかしたら私の声が聞こえなかったんでしょうか。
She suddenly changed. You're kidding me. Normally I would get at least a little more time.
そういうことならもう一度お聞きしましょうか。先ほどのお話は。
聞こえてます。大丈夫です。
そう。だったらどうしてお返事してくれないのかしら。
すみません。
まあいいでしょう。それで？
はい。さっきの話は本当です。でもそれは僕のせいじゃなくて事件が起きたんだからしょうがないっていうか。ほら、クルスも知ってるだろ。渡部との対談の件。
I tried to stop my voice from shaking as I told her everything that had happened that day.
そういうわけで警察に連れて行かれたのは僕たちが重要な目撃者だっただけで、他には何もないから、本当に。
Kurusu was watching me with extremely cold eyes the entire time I talked. I somehow managed to look back at her as I shared something that wasn't an excuse that I had been feeling lately.
でもさ、最近なんか少しおかしいと思ってるんだ。
おかしい？何が？
最初はさ、もちろん僕たちから興味を持って事件のことを調べてた。けど最近はその事件自体が逆に僕らを追ってきてるような、そんな気がするんだよ。
The case is pursuing us. When I said that, I realized how accurate it felt. That was the only way I could think of to describe what had happened today. It was Watabe who asked for an interview with us, and Watabe had died in front of us before we had even talked to him. We hadn't had a choice in any of it.
昨日
Kurusu opened her mouth
昨
quietly.
日言ってくれたわよね。昨日考えるってそう言ってくれたわよね。
それは
I had said that, yes.
僕だってそのつもりだったよ。でもさ、でも今日またいろいろあって、それで新しく分かったことがあるんだよ。
分かったこと？
そうなんだ。さっき部室でみんなと話してたんだけど、今回の事件の被害者には共通点があるんだよ。その共通点とは何かっていうと、実は
And then I stopped. I wasn't sure if Kurusu would understand what I was trying to say, but I couldn't think of anything else to do, so I just told her exactly what had happened.
実は一連の事件の被害者ってみんな特殊な現象を体験してたみたいなんだよ。未来予知とか人の心を読んだりとか念写とか、つまり超能力ってことで。
超能力？
Kurusu froze. She probably hadn't been expecting that.
そうなんだ。全員が何かしらの能力を持ってた可能性があって、この予想が本当なら事件そのものだけじゃなく世界的な常識を根本から覆すことになるかもしれない。これってすごいことじゃ。
And then I realized that she was acting strange. Her gentle smile had vanished, and she was sitting there expressionless. I realized that I had made a mistake, but it was too late. She was just about to blow. When she got like that, it meant she was building up her anger for an explosion. The only thing I could do now was wait for the thunder to come crashing down on me. Here it comes. I closed my eyes. But I waited and waited and nothing happened. I opened my eyes and saw.
お願い。
Kurusu were looking weaker than I had ever seen her before.
タクル、お願いだからこれ以上はやめて。もう やめて。
She reached out with shaking hands to grab my arm.
クルス。
怖いの。私。これ以上あなたが事件に首を突っ込んで何かあったらと思うと、いても立ってもいられない。怖くて怖くて。あなたにだってわかるでしょ。大切なものを失うのがどれだけ辛いことか。私はもう失いたくないの。家族を、大切な人を。だからお願い、タクル。そんなおかしな事件を追うのはもうやめて。お願い。
Kurusu seemed so weak, like she was about to cry. I was shocked. I had never thought she would let me see her like this.
そうか。
I hadn't truly understood how much I had been making Kurusu worry. Her hands gripped me tighter, as if she was trying to stop me, as if she was clinging to me. A gasp of pain slipped out of her mouth. Maybe her wound had opened up again, but she kept on clinging to me tightly. She held me and wouldn't let me go. I was a fool. I was such a fool. I had gotten cocky just because I had learned something new, and forgot how much that would hurt the people close to me.
ごめん。ごめん。本当にごめん。そんなに心配させてたなんて。僕。
タクル、それじゃあ。
でも。
I removed Kurusu's hands from my arms as gently as I could.
一つだけやっておかなきゃいけないことがあるんだ。 それだけは許してほしい。
それは大事なことなの？私たち家族より大事なことなの？
同じくらい大事なことかな。
同じくらい。一体何がそんなに。
スマホ取り返さなきゃ。
My phone was stolen that night. Now it was in the hands of a mysterious girl who was either connected to the killer or was maybe the killer herself. I didn't know. But given what I had seen so far, there was no way she wasn't connected somehow. So I had to get it back, no matter what.
そんなの。
ダメなんだ。あれには新聞部のデータが入ってる。それにここのことも。もしそれが見られたら。
データって連絡先とか取材の成果とかでしょ？それにロックだってかけてあるって。
うん。でももしものことだってあるし。
I mean, they did use it to call, so they obviously have access to it. If psychic powers really did exist, someone might have a way to get the data off of it, and then something terrible might happen. Suddenly the lights went off, and the room was plunged into darkness. The darkness was so sudden that my eyes didn't have time to adjust. I could barely see anything.
クルス、どうしたんだよ、おい!
But even though she was right in front of me a second ago, she didn't answer. There was only the silent darkness.
クルス、返事しろよ。どこ行ったんだよ。
クルス・ノノならいない。もう殺した。
Suddenly, a voice came from the darkness. I turned toward it and I saw a small shadow standing there.
宮代拓だな。
お前。
愚かなやつだ。余計なことに首を突っ込まなければ死ぬこともなかったろうに。
Her hands were filled with knives. The silver blade shone with a bloody crimson light. No, it wasn't just the light that looked like blood. There was some liquid dripping down from it that looked just like...
血だ。血だ。本当の血だ。
そうだ、血だよ。言ったろ？クルス・ノノを殺したと。
The girl with the knives pointed to a corner in the darkness and grinned. I saw the silhouette of something that looked like a head. It was rolling on the ground. Kurusu, I know you were upset about him not doing what you want him to do, but that doesn't mean you have to lose your head. Kurusu.
今さら後悔しても遅いぞ、宮代拓。これはすべてお前が招いたことだ。
She smiled and started to walk toward me.
逃げろ！ニュート！父さん！
I screamed out into the hallway, but there was no answer. I heard nobody call back to me.
ああ、無駄だよ。お前の妹も弟も父親もみんな殺しておいたからな。あとはお前だけだ。さっさと死ね。タクル？どうしたのタクル？
I suddenly found myself back in Kurusu's room. She was reaching a hand out toward me, concerned. She had been stabbed because of me, but she wasn't dead. She was alive. It was just a delusion. I wiped the sweat off my forehead and told Kurusu over and over again that I was fine.
Stream elements.
If I wasn't
Said.
careful, it
Stay
could
moist, my
become
friends.
real.
Hydrate.
The data on that smartphone was too dangerous. Of course, that wasn't the only reason I wanted it back. It was also because it had the picture. The picture we had taken together. I hadn't told Kurusu, and I never would, but that was my one precious memory. The only one I had. That's why I hadn't even made a backup of it. If I did, it felt like it wouldn't be as special anymore. It was a picture of my family, back when I still considered them my family, back when things were fun. It was the one thing I owned that I really cared about.
とにかくあれだけは何としても取り返さなきゃならないんだ。
I gripped Kurusu's hand softly for a second, then headed for the door. She tried to get up from the bed and buckled over from the pain. I wanted to run back and help her. I wanted to run over, get her back into bed, call Dad. That's what I wanted to do. But if I went back now, she probably wouldn't let me go. So I left the room and closed the door without looking back. I could hear her voice on the other side of the door. It stung a little.
タクル兄、今のの姉の声が。
また傷が開いたかもしれない。すぐに父さんを呼んでくれ。
わかった。タクラにどこ行くの？
僕にはやることがあるから。
そんな、タクラにひどいよ。のの姉のそばにちょっとタクラにってば。
I ignored Yui's angry yells and ran out the door in order to get back what was important to me. I had to go back there to A.H. Tokyo General Hospital. October 10th, 2015, Saturday. Kurusu Nono stared silently at the closed door. Her heart was filled with regret. She should have tried harder to stop him. She should have ignored the wound in her stomach and clung to him harder. Fortunately, the wound didn't seem to have reopened. In that instant, her father's, Sakuma Wataru's words had come back to her. If you push yourself too hard and that wound opens again, it might leave a scar. His words had stopped her, and Miyashiro Takuru had left because of that. In the end, maybe she only cared about herself. It was true that she didn't want to lose her family. However,
あの病院に近づいちゃダメなのよ。
she picked up the smartphone that had fallen to the floor when she had stumbled out of bed. She opened the screen with trembling hands. On the screen was... Ito saw us from across the street and ran over.
悪いな。
いや、それよりも声。
すまん。
Ito quickly lowered his voice.
こっちこそすまないな。こんな時間に。
うんうん。タクと私たちの仲だもん。
それに、お前一人で行かせて何かあったら、女帝に殺される。
When I heard the word Empress, I remembered how desperately Kurusu had tried to stop me. I shook my head a little to drive the image out of my mind. After I had left yesterday, I had gone straight to A.H. Tokyo General Hospital. This time, I wouldn't be able to just blunder in like I had when I had snuck into the psych ward. I had spent a whole night looking at the locations of the ER entrance and emergency exits, as well as the security system. And then I had spent today pretending to be visiting a patient while I scouted the inside, and in the evening I went to Sarika's home. I wanted to do it alone, but I had realized that it would be too dangerous. I needed a partner who could contact Shinjo-san immediately if something happened, and the only two people I could ask were Sarika and Ito.
うまく取り戻せるといいな、スマホ。ここの連中が犯人と関係あるかどうか知らねえけど、やっぱりあれを渡したままにしておくのはまずい。
ああ、おかしな着信もあったしな。
思い出させるなよ。今考えても恐ろしい。
I had canceled my phone contract immediately, but somehow my phone had still been able to call Ito. That had scared the hell out of me. And unlike older cell phones, a smartphone was filled with personal information. There was no way I could let them keep it.
それにさ、あれには大事なものが入ってるもんね。
何が？
素直じゃないのって良くないこともあると思うな。怪我してるのんちゃんを喜ばせてあげてもいいのにね。
ま、宮代らしいけど。
悪かったな。
んじゃ、行こうぜ。お前が調べたデータだと、そろそろ警備が交代する時間だろ。
あ。
We nodded to each other and jogged along the wall surrounding A.H. Tokyo General Hospital.
ここまでは予定通り。いや、むしろ上々だな。
Ito was right. Getting into the hospital had proved easier than planned. A big part of it was that I had memorized the way in, but the biggest advantage we had was that the rear staff entrance was unlocked for some reason. If that had been locked, we would have had to go through the ER entrance. That would mean that we would probably be caught by the staff. But just as I was starting to unworry, Sarika turned the doorknob and told me that was unlocked.
また鍵が開いてた。この前と同じか。
I suddenly remembered what had happened when I had first snuck into the psych ward and almost stopped for a second to think. But then I drove the idea from my mind. I needed to focus on getting the phone right now. It was nighttime at the hospital, and this wasn't a ward where patients were kept. The lobby was pitch black. Every now and then I heard a strange, unpleasant sound, like two pieces of metal rubbing against each other. We crouched down and tried to move quietly. Someone could spot us at any moment. It was the middle of autumn, and I could still feel cold sweat running down my back.
問題はスマホがどこにあるかだよね。
だな。
The girl was definitely the one who picked it up, which meant that finding her would be the fastest way, but I had no way of knowing where she was.
だからって、病院の中を全部探して回るわけにもいかないしな。
あの日、どこであの子と会ったんだっけ？
I retraced our steps on that day. First, we had hidden in the bathroom, and then...
精神科の病棟へ入った。
That's where we had seen the sumo stickers drawn on the walls in blood.
ってことは、まずはそこに行かなきゃいけないってことか？
いや、何もそこまでする必要は。
Not to mention... I didn't want to go back there.
病棟から逃げるときに非常階段を使った。階段をずっと降りていって、そこでスマホを落としてあの子に拾われた。
となると、その非常階段に向かえばいいってことか。どっちだ？
それが逃げるのに夢中だったからはっきりとした場所かな。
I hadn't been able to remember when I had been scouting out the place this afternoon either.
多分あっちかも。
Sarika started to move forward, looking around as she walked.
覚えてるのか？
ううん、 なんとなくだけど。
Sarika walked forward hesitantly. We followed.
ここか？
違うかな。
いや、そうだったかもしれない。
There was a steel door to the emergency stairs in front of us. I turned the knob and softly pushed it. It was a little heavy but opened without catching on anything. This one wasn't locked either, evidently. The emergency stairs stretched up and down, illuminated by the cold fluorescent lights. As I stared at them, I realized that I remembered coming down those stairs.
どうだ？うん、多分ここだ。すごいな、尾上は。
いひひ、褒められちゃった。
Sarika grinned.
よし、行こう。ああ。
We carefully walked down the dimly lit staircase. I started to get more and more nervous. Even if I had done my homework before I had come here, this felt even easier than last time. Maybe we're being led into a trap. Maybe something terrible is waiting up ahead to swallow us. I tried to shake my head and drive those thoughts out of my mind.
あの子、今夜もまたどこかを歩いてるのかな。
どうだろう。
What was she doing with an old woman in a dark hallway at that hour anyway? Where did she come from and where did she go? Also, if I did run into her again, what would I do? Ideally, I would get my phone back without causing too much of a fuss. But I couldn't imagine things would be that easy. Family sometimes. Yeah. For now, had thought of an escape route, but it might still be dangerous.
ね、タク、ほら、あれ。
We had reached the end of the staircase. There was a cold steel door in front of us. There were no further stairs to go down. Past this door should be the hallway where I dropped my phone.
もうここまで来たんだ。
I told myself that there was no time for second thoughts and nodded at Sarika and Ito. Then I put my hand on the cold doorknob. Fortunately, it wasn't locked either. I looked down the hallway as I listened to the loud creaking of the hinges.
誰もいないね。
ああ。
Sarika and Ito both looked a little relieved. There was no one in the hallway at all. We slipped past the open doorway and proceeded down the hallway, being careful not to make any noise. Maybe it was my imagination, but the air seemed more stale here than it did upstairs. Identical doors stretched out on both sides, and there was no way to know what was in each room. The letters on the plates were too small to read in the dim light unless you squinted. I got close to one to try and read it when...
おい、誰が来る。
I don't know if it's really family at this point or the phone companies. Phone companies are just absolute shit nowadays. Have you guys noticed that? It's like the help desk never is any useful. I listened carefully, and sure enough, from behind him I heard... Very slow footsteps, and not just one pair of them. They were slow, as if they were only taking one step at a time. I recognized those footsteps. Those footsteps were...
あいつらだ。
とにかく一度隠れようよ。
隠れるってどこへ？
Oh, goddamn phone. I wanted to screenshot, not. Thank you. And of course it's all the way down there at the bottom. Alright, that's probably not gonna work. Oh god damn. The door to the emergency exit was the same way the footsteps were coming from. There was no time to get back there now. I slid inside the door directly next to us. Just before I did, though, I saw the horrible words written on the plate next to the door.
何ここ？ロッカールーム？
The walls were covered in steel cabinets. They were just big enough for someone to lie down in. This place is...
そうだ。もしかしたらこの中に隠れられるかもしれないよ。
Sir Ika put her hands on one of the cabinet doors. The words on the plate had read, Autopsy Room, which meant that what was inside was...
ダメだ、オノエ、それは。
I closed my eyes, imagining what I was about to see inside the cabinet.
どうしたの、タク?
I opened my eyes when she spoke and saw that there was no one. No, nothing
なん
inside.
か変なロッカーだね。
オノエ、これロッカーじゃなくて。
I whispered to her, and she turned pale. Ito must have figured it out too, because so did he.
とにかくこの中に隠れるなんてごめんな。どこか別の場所を探そう。
The footsteps were still approaching from down the hallway, and for some reason it felt like they were coming toward this room.
嘘だろ。なんで解剖室なんかに。
This wasn't a place that anyone would normally choose to visit. Ito was panicking too.
宮代、どうする？こっちに来るぞ。
I listened carefully again. There was no doubt. The footsteps were definitely coming this way. But I didn't see any place in the room we could hide. except for one.
ねえ、やっぱりここに。
Sarika was shaking a little, but she put her hand on one of the cabinet doors.
バカ、そこはダメだって。隠れるなら他に。他ってどこだ？
I looked around and didn't see any other place in the room where the three of us could hide.
早くしないと来ちゃうよ。
I didn't have a choice. I had to do it. If the lamp on the cabinet was green, did that mean it was empty? Or did it mean the opposite? I felt all the hairs on my neck stand on end, but I still managed to pull open a door. Thankfully, there was nothing inside. Sarika was normally a ditz, but at times like this she was really courageous. Her whole body was shaking, but she managed to jump in first.
もう一人入れるよ。私一人じゃ怖いよ。お願いだよ。
She grabbed my hand from inside. She was right. Since Sarika was so small, there was room for another person in there.
人、悪いがここに3人は無理だ。お前は隣へ。お前を一人にしとくわけいかない。俺だってこんなところに一人は嫌だ。
And then the footsteps outside stopped. Just as I expected, they stopped right outside this door. I was terrified. It almost felt like someone was pointing a cold knife toward my back.
待っていてください。今ドアを開けますから。
I heard a voice outside.
もうダメだ。とにかく入れ、糸。いや、待って、やめ。
I ignored Ito and yanked open the door next to mine, and then I pushed him in head first.
いいから早く。
Ito held his hands over his mouth to desperately stifle a scream. As soon as he was all the way inside, I shut the door. It would be really bad if it was closed all the way, so I left him a little gap. And then I crouched inside and slid next to Sarika.
よし、閉めるぞ。
I brought the door close, leaving just enough of a gap that we couldn't be seen from the outside. The inside of the cabinet was hard and cold. It made sense since no one who was in here would ever complain about that. Since I was pushed up against Sarika, the parts of my body that were touching hers felt strangely warm, but we didn't have time to enjoy each other's warmth. I looked outside, holding my breath to make as little noise as possible. Just a moment later, they came inside. There were 5 or 6 of them. I was sure they would all be old people, but some of them were middle-aged or young men. If it was just old people, I was planning on stealing back my phone by force if I had to, but that was impossible now. But what they were doing in a place like this? And then I started to wonder again. A sudden, horrible delusion made my entire body shiver. Maybe they were already dead, and this is where they slept. That's impossible. This isn't a horror movie or something, right? I tried to tell myself I was being silly, but I could tell I was shaking. Sarika was probably no different. She was clinging to me like a little girl.
怖いよ。怖い。
And then I remembered this was just like what had happened before, when the two of us had seen that terrifying sight as children. At some point, I had started clinging on to her too.
大丈夫だ。僕がいる。絶対に大丈夫だ。
I squinted into the darkness. I could see several shadows moving around, the strange men, and one of them was clearly different than the others. It was that small girl.
やっぱりあいつだ。
She slowly walked across the room, straight toward where we were hiding. Did she find us? My heart started to pound faster, but it seemed that wasn't the case. The men followed her across my field of vision and stopped in a corner in front of an empty wall.
何をしてるんだ。
She opened what looked like a small breaker box on the wall. You know, those things with a yellow warning sign and black or red text that reads, Danger, High Voltage. And then she took something out of her pocket and slid it inside the box. There was a loud noise on the other side of the wall. The girl shut the door to the breaker box, then put her hand on the wall and slid it to the side. Secret tunnel. The wall opened easily as if it was weightless. It must have been some kind of sliding door. She led the men inside and vanished. The wall closed, and the autopsy room was quiet again.
隠し扉だったのか。
びっくりしたね。
ああ、もう大丈夫だ。
I waited for a while to make sure she wasn't coming back, then finally opened the cabinet door. Sarika and I crawled out. I shoveled a deep breath of air into my lungs.
なんかここって秘密基地みたい。
そうだな。
Why would they build a huge mechanism like this? What was going on at this hospital? And what was on the other side of that wall?
おい、伊藤。もう出てきても平気だぞ。
I knocked softly on the door of Ito's cabinet. Ito leapt out of the cabinet. His face was pale, and his hand was now covering his mouth.
静かにしてくれ。
He crouched down to the ground, trying his best not to scream. It was only then that I realized the cabinet I had stuffed Ito into had already been occupied. I could see that the lamp above the door was red. I hadn't had the time to check, but still, that was horrible. Well, his ass should have hurried up and crawled in. For fuck's sake, he took forever, man. Can't it? Come on then. That little bitch boy.
しんちゃん、大丈夫？
すまない。非常事態だったんだ。
非常事態じゃなかったら今頃ただじゃ済ましてねえぞ。てめえ
ほんと悪い。
もういい。それより行こうぜ。ほら。
Ito staggered to his feet. But then he collapsed to the floor again. I waited for him to calm down and then opened the door to the breaker box like the girl had done.
隠し扉だって？
ああ。
I looked deep inside the box. There was an RFID scanner like the ones they used at train turnstiles inside.
これじゃカードがないと開かない。
That wasn't good. What could we do now? I hadn't anticipated this, but then Sarika, who had been fiddling around with different parts of the wall, let out a small cry.
なんだ？
これちゃんと閉まってないよ。
何？
Sarika pointed at the floor. The wall was set to slide upon rails on the floor, but some kind of cloth had gotten stuck and jammed them, so the door wasn't shut all the way.
伊藤、手を貸せ。
オーケー。よっ。
The two of us yanked the door to the side. We heard a loud clunk, like something was unlocking, and then the wall started to slide open. One of the men had dropped a handkerchief or something onto the rails. When Sarika pulled it off, the door began to move more freely. All that was left was to slide the door open, and beyond it was...
また階段だぜ。
I could see the stairs going down. There was a sub-basement below the hospital basement. That place was protected by very elaborate camouflage.
なんかやばい雰囲気だな。
どうする？タク。
ここまで来たんだ。僕は行くよ。
To be honest, I was terrified at what I might find down there, but this was something I had to do no matter what. For just a moment I thought of Kurusu.
タクル、お願いだからこれ以上はやめて。もうやめて。
尾上、伊藤、お前たちはここで待ってても。
冗談じゃねえよ。
Ito looked at the cabinets on the wall and groaned a little.
私も行く。いざとなったらタクを守らなきゃ。
逆だろ。さっき怖いって震えてたのは誰だよ。
そんなことしてないもん。
We all looked at each other and nodded a little. Then we began to go down the staircase. As we went down, it got darker, and the air got heavier and more humid.
大丈夫か、尾上。
And after we had gone down for a few minutes, we ran into a door. We had probably gone down about a floor. I turned the knob and it opened easily. Maybe it hadn't even been locked to begin with.
ここは。
It was a dimly lit, musty-smelling hallway. It was clear that the place hadn't been abandoned, and there wasn't a layer of dust everywhere. It even seemed like it had been cleaned. But it seemed so old. There was a sense of desolation, as if no one had wanted to use this place for anything for a very long time. Had it been like this since the hospital above us was built? And this air, I knew it. The sides of my head started to hurt as the horrible memories came rushing back.
ねえタクここって
あ、あ、
Sarika seemed to remember too. That's right, this was the place. I didn't know how we had done it, but when we were kids, the two of us had snuck in here into the basement of A.H. Tokyo General Hospital. We were trying to investigate an urban legend known as Amy-chan, and then Sarika and I saw that. I had tried to avoid thinking about it as much as I possibly could, but I had failed. The memory would come back to me, fade, and then come back again. As I had grown up, I had even tried to convince myself that I had never seen anything at all. But I had failed at that too. It was unreal, like something out of a nightmare, but something in my heart told me that it was real. And this place proved that it was real after all. Yes, it was real. Now I was sure of it.
おい、どうしたんだよ、二人とも。
Ito realized that there was something wrong with Sarika and I, and tried to pull us back up the stairs. But we couldn't do that. Because suddenly I heard footsteps behind us. Oh boy. I could hear what sounded like panting of a beast behind me. I could feel its warm, stinking breath on my neck.
何かいる。
I couldn't turn around. I wanted to fall to the ground in terror, but if I did that, I somehow knew that the thing behind me would attack. Suddenly, I heard Sarika's thin, frail voice. She should have been right next to me, but for some reason, I couldn't see her.
Oh no.
Her voice got cut off, and then there was the sound of something being crushed. And then something that sounded like someone kneading a ball of meat. And mixed with it was the sound of snapping bones. Ito turned around and suddenly froze with terror.
宮代、あれ、あれ、なんだ、なんなんだよ、おい。
No, you idiot. Don't look. If you look, it'll kill you. So don't look. A bloody piece of meat fell to the ground at our feet. It was what used to be Surika. Ito screamed. I couldn't help myself. I turned around to look at what he was seeing, and what I saw was. It was standing there, moaning in a voice that was filled with hatred and pain. What was that? What the hell was that? A giant woman with a head like a sumo sticker. It was almost like a bad joke. I wanted to laugh. This hilarious looking monster was going to be what killed me. What the hell kind of death was that? If you laugh, that thing isn't scary at all. The giant woman's hands reached out for me. As it moaned in pain, its arms moved in to crush me. And suddenly, my vision went black. I couldn't see anything. Then I realized it had probably crushed my eyes. That hilarious looking sumo sticker woman had crushed my eyes. Whose eyes are these? Doesn't matter, they're crushed. I was going to be torn apart like Sarika and killed. It was the funniest thing in the world. Could you even imagine anything stupider?
おい、何をしている？
Suddenly, I heard a sharp voice next to me. Something covered my mouth to stop me from laughing. I was grabbed from behind, and thin but powerful arms were wrapped around my neck. It hurts. I can't breathe.
おとなしくしろ。それ以上バカでかい声を上げるな。静かにするなら話してやる。でなければ、このまま締め落とす。
I nodded as hard as I could, and then the hands around my neck relaxed, and it became much easier to breathe. My vision came back at the same time. Whoever had grabbed me had covered my eyes as well as my mouth. They hadn't been crushed after all.
あの女は化け物は。
だから落ち着け。お前は。
I doubled over in pain as she punched me in the stomach. I could feel stomach acid coming up into my throat and burning it, but the pain made my head feel much clearer. When I looked up, I didn't see a monster with the head of a sumo sticker anymore. Just a dark, musty hallway that stretched on forever.
あれ、今のはただの幻覚。
タク？
大丈夫か？おい。
尾上、人。僕は何を。
なんか発作を起こしたんだよ。しかも急に叫び出して。
私たちもパニックになりそうだったの。そしたら久野里さんが助けてくれて。
久野里さん。
Isn't she? Oh, right. I think she's the girl who was with Shinjo-san.
まったく素人どもがこんなところで何をしている。
Yes, I remember that cold voice. I looked back at her.
やっぱりこの人か。
お前たち誰かに連れてこられたというわけではなさそうだな。ということはまさか忍び込んできたのか。どうやって。
どうって。
私たちですらここのキーを入手するのにかなりの苦労を強いられたんだ。なのになぜ。
Sure, we had a bit of a bad time in the autopsy room, but it hadn't really been that hard to get in here. None of the doors had been locked. When I told her that, Kuno Sato glared at us with suspicious eyes.
久野里さん。
まあいい。とにかく邪魔だ。今すぐ帰れ。
おいおい、そりゃないだろ。助けてくれたのは感謝するけどさ、いきなり邪魔者扱いとか。
The next instant, Kuno Sato-san had closed the gap between Ito and herself and started strangling him.
騒ぐなと言ったのが聞こえなかったのか。
Ito nodded, tears coming out of his eyes. I could understand why. I didn't know how she could store so much power in her tiny body, but I had just felt it for myself. Ito rubbed his throat in pain as she let him go.
もう一度言う。邪魔だ。帰れ。
Her voice was intimidating enough that I almost obeyed, but we had come here for a reason. And this place had something to do with our past. If I could, I wanted to find out what happened back then. Maybe we could finally be rid of the nightmare that had been making us suffer for so long. So even though she scared me, I needed to make it clear to her.
僕たちは
私たちはやらなきゃいけないことがあってきたんです。
Stream
そん
elements.
な風に頭ごなしに帰れって言われ
Stay
ても
moist, my
帰れま
friend.
せん。
Hydrate.
尾上。
That was what I was trying to say.
尾上。お前。尾上セリカか。
そうですけど。何か？
いや、とにかく帰るんだ。
危険なのは分かってます。でも僕たちだってどうしても。
誰がお前たちの心配をしている？
え？
私は私の目的があってここにいる。お前たちに勝手な行動をされて、その目的の遂行を邪魔されては困ると、そう言ってるんだ。
How cold?
その目的って何なんです？
お前たちには関係ない。
She turned around and started to walk away.
いいですよ。だったら僕たちも勝手にしますから。
しますから。
何？
She turned around and glared at us. Her glare was like a fierce panther's. I swallowed my words, but Sarika didn't.
理由も話せないような人の言うことになんて従いません。
貴様。
さあ、タク、しんちゃんも行こう。急いでタクのスマホ見つけなきゃ。
ああ。
やっぱ女っていざって時強えな。
Ito whispered in my ear.
だったらおとなしくついてこい。私の言うことに逆らうなよ。
いいんすか
？Ito had become very polite toward her after she strangled him.
時間がないんだ。しかも、ここまで慎重に調査を進めてきたのに、お前たちが見つかったり、騒ぎを起こされでもしたら、すべてが水の泡になる。
Her arrogant manner was almost enough to make me talk back to her, and then I realized something. If she had done a lot of careful investigation, that meant she had information that we didn't. So wouldn't it be better to pretend to obey for now?
それで最後にはこっちが利用してやる。
話は終わりだ。壁沿いに静かについてこい。大きな音や声は出すな。
She looked down the hallway and then moved over to the wall. and then she started to move, quickly and quietly. I made eye contact with Ito and Sarika, then followed her. The further down the hallway we went, the darker it got. The lights were sporadically placed, and half of them were burnt out. You had to look carefully to see more than a few meters ahead. The only things I had to guide me were the black-haired girl in front of me and the wall that I was touching with my hand. The wall hadn't been repaired for a long time. The paint had fallen off in some places, and some of the steel beams underneath were exposed. This place must have been built a long, long time ago. We walked through the underground labyrinth as quietly as we could. None of my five senses were of any use to me now, and I had no idea where I was or how I had gotten here. But Kunosado-san seemed to know exactly where she was going. Looking back, maybe we were lucky to meet her here. I had no idea how long we had been walking for, but we finally came to a part of the hallway with a row of doors on the opposite wall. The doors were made of steel and looked very strong. On the upper part of each one was what looked like a plate number. There were tiny windows on the doors, but they had thick bars on them. They looked like the solitary confinement cells I had seen on TV once.
この中に人が？いや、まさかな。
The space beyond the bars was pitch black, and I couldn't tell if there was anything inside.
なんか気味悪いな。
だから黙って歩け。
すいません。
Ito quickly apologized, but Kunosado-san turned around, walked up to him, and wrapped her hand around his throat again.
遊びじゃないんだ。お前死ぬぞ。
Ito nodded again and again until she finally glared at him one last time and let him go. He put his hand to his throat and moaned a little. It was obvious that Kunosado-san wasn't messing around. Maybe this place was more dangerous than I thought. Suddenly, I heard the sound of someone pounding the door from the inside. Someone's inside.
なんなんだよ、おい。
静かにしろ。騒ぐな。
But we almost screamed, but when we saw Kunosado's glare, we quickly put our hands over our mouths. Oh, what the hell was that scream? Sarika tugged frantically at my arm. Then Ito grabbed onto me too. I almost wanted to cling to someone, but there was no one for me to grab.
あれ、あっちの扉の中から目が。
何？
I looked over where Ito was pointing and tried to see it for myself. but I couldn't see anything.
気のせいだろ。
いや、確かに見た。間違いなく目だった。
Now there was singing. I could hear a girl singing in a tiny, barely audible voice. A woman was pushing an old baby carriage down the hallway toward us. She was the one singing. Sarika and Ito flinched in terror. My heart was beating so fast and so loud that I could hear the sound echoing in my ears.
止まれ。壁に張り付いてじっとしている。向こうにはこっちが見えていない。
でも。
いいから喋るな。
Kuno Sato-san pushed her back up against the wall and held her breath. We did the same, our bodies shaking with fear as we moved.
もっとお歌歌ってほしいのね。
The sound of the creaking old carriage got closer and closer as the woman passed near us. Kuno Sato-san was right. Her eyes were hazy and out of focus, and she didn't seem to notice us, but she was only a meter away. Slowly, slowly, she sang as she pushed the carriage right past us. Ito was so terrified that his body started to spasm. He gave a small cry. The woman stopped right in front of us and slowly turned around. Her empty eyes stared at us, and then slowly, jerkily, like a broken machine, she tilted her head. We clung to the wall and held our breath, unable to move a muscle. We were too scared to even close our eyes. I can't take this anymore. I want out. I want to get away from here. If I stay here another minute, I'm going to go crazy. The woman stared at us for what felt like hours, but then she looked forward once more as if nothing had happened and started to walk again. We almost collapsed to the ground in relief. I couldn't take my eyes off of her as she disappeared into the darkness.
自分たちがどういう場所にいるのか少しは分かったか。
Even though we had been almost crushed by the terror, Kunoseto-san had been completely calm the whole time.
帰りたいと泣いてももう遅いからな。そこが目的の部屋だ。
Kunosato-san moved away from the wall and stared straight ahead of us.
目的の部屋
I followed her gaze to a pair of double doors in the darkness. They were different than the others. They looked like the doors to a normal lab.
遅れるな。
Kunosato-san headed toward the doors, seeming completely unafraid. Sarika's legs were shaking too much for her to move, so Ito and I helped her as we followed. When we got to the door, Kunosato-san took out what looked like a keycard from her skirt pocket. This door had a modern electronic lock, unlike the others we had seen so far. She put the keycard up to the reader, and the door swung open silently. She disappeared into the room, and we quickly followed. We all gasped as we entered the room. An entire wall of the room was lined with monitors. They were probably set up to observe something, but every one of them was off, so there was no way to tell what it was. But it was hard to believe that someone would set up something like this in a normal hospital.
Oi.
Kunosato-san turned toward Ito and gave him an order in a flat, emotionless voice.
見張りくらいはやってもらおう。ドアの外の音に注意してろ。誰か来たら知らせるんだ。
了解。
Kunosato-san nodded, looked around the room, and then headed straight for a computer. She took a look at the wiring behind it and then flipped the power switch. The machine started to make a low noise.
動くんですか？
見ればわかるだろ
う。でも勝手に立ち上げたりして大丈夫なんすかね？
どうして？
だってネットでつながってたりしたら動かしてることバレるんじゃ。
心配ない。こいつがスタンドアローンだということは確認してある。
Stand alone, a term referring to when a computer is isolated from any other computers or networks. Before the spread of modems and the internet, almost all home PCs were considered standalone. However, outside of a few special cases, usually the military or some other high security risk situation, standalone machines are practically never seen anymore due to the sheer convenience of the internet. Because a standalone system is harder to hack because there's no way to get at it from the outside. You have to physically be there to hack it, which makes it more secure. Oh, that explains it. If that's true, at least we won't have to worry about someone seeing it from the outside.
お前たちが思いつくようなことを私が考えないとでも思ったのか。バカにするなよ。
She was as obnoxious as ever. Neither of us knew the first thing about you, though, so can you really blame us? Was something that neither Ito nor I could say. That is a lot of monitors, though. The OS on the computer booted up. I looked at the screen and saw Kunosato-san entering some kind of password. The password was accepted and the screen filled with several folders. She opened them up and began carefully checking the contents of each one. Unfortunately, many of the files were written in English, and we had no idea what they said. Kunosato-san, however, was reading through each one and nodding.
これはフォルダ自体にパスがかかってるな。ということはこの先か。
She seemed to be trying to unlock the password at incredible speed.
ああ、なんだよ。彼女、学校で見たことあるか？
いや、どうしてだ？
学校にいたんだよ。うちの制服着て。だから、うちの生徒のはずなんだけど。そうか。お前も見たことないのか？
マジかよ、それ。
Ito seemed more shocked than I expected.
嘘だろ。こんな美人、俺がチェックしてなかっただとは。
Not only was she attractive, she seemed incredibly smart, and she had an arrogant attitude that made her nothing like the other students. If she had been coming to school, she would have stood out in both a good and bad way. But Ito didn't know her.
何を調べてるんですか？
Sarika asked the question that both Ito and I had been too afraid to ask. I was sure she would be told to shut up, but...
この施設で何が行われていたかだよ。
She answered Sarika's question much more easily than I had expected. Then maybe I could ask something too.
この施設って病院とは何か関係が？
黙ってろと言っただろうが。
Damn it. Why am I getting treated so differently? Is it because Sarika's a girl? Is she one of, those types? Don't tell me she normally dresses and acts like a boy. That would explain why Ito didn't know her. Kunosato-san ignored me and typed in a series of commands, then opened what looked like a top-secret file. And then...
Jared.
She smiled for the first time that I had ever seen and clicked on a file. And then something appeared on the screen. Was it some kind of drawing? It was a strange picture drawn in ink and paint.
何これ？落書き？
いや違う。あれは。
I've seen this somewhere before. That is...
そうか。ロールシャッハテストだ。
I remembered reading about them in an issue of Cool Cat Press.
ほう。抜けた顔しているが、最低限の知識はあるようだな。
I wasn't sure if that was a compliment or an insult.
ロールシャッハテスト？
あれだ。確か性格診断かなんかの。
そう。インクのシミでできた全く意味のない図形が何に見えるかで、その人の性格や思考が分析できるんだ。
正確に言えば、インクのシミを落とした紙を真ん中で折り曲げ、それで生じた左右対称の図形を使う。
Just like Kunosato-san said, all the pictures on the screen were almost perfectly symmetrical.
ただし、ロールシャッハテスト自体、果たして精神分析法として有効かどうか、疑問視もされているんだがな。
Kunosato-san was studying the screen intently.
ってことは、ここはその、上にある精神科と同じような施設だったということですか？
If that was the case, I could imagine what these monitors were there for. They were to look at each of the patient's rooms. That would mean that this was a medical faculty that treated illnesses. At least that's what I wanted it to mean. Because that thing that Sarika and I had seen as a child, that strange atmosphere that we had sensed, and that voice which I could still hear in my ears. We had abandoned her and ran away from this place. So if that wasn't some kind of torture chamber, and this place was actually curing her, Sarika and I would be free of the guilt that had been with us for so long. But my hope...
違う。ここはそんな生優しい場所じゃない。
were quickly dashed by Kunosato-san's answer. She opened another folder. It was filled with reports written in Japanese this time.
センスへの断続的刺激による臨床実験。ロブスに与える電気信号とフェノメノン。思った通り、ここでは脳科学方面からのアプローチによる臨床実験が行われていたようだな。
脳科学？臨床実験って？
うるさい。余計な口を挟むな。
でも僕のよく知ってる子がここにいたかもしれないんです。
何？
I lied. I didn't know who she was. But I thought that if I didn't lie, then Kunosato-san would never tell me anything. Just as I expected, when she turned around, I saw the first faint glimmerings of interest in me on Kunosato-san's face. I gave her a brief description of what I had witnessed here so long ago. Kunosato-san bit her lip. Her expression was different than before. But then she forced herself to look back at the computer.
はあ、それは間違いなく人体実験だ。
人体実験？
No, then that means... Then that means she was... That horrible vision started to eat away at me again.
簡単に言えば人間の脳をいじる実験だよ。
脳をいじるって、そんな。
だから言っただろ。ここはそんな生優しい場所じゃないと。
Kunosato-san was trying to keep her face as expressionless as possible. And then the second she opened up another file, she gasped a little. I could see the words on the screen as well.
ちょっと待て。なんだよあれ。
She was completely focused on reading the report, so she didn't notice I was looking over her shoulder as well.
超感覚的知覚に関する臨床実験。特殊な事象異変を発現させるための具体的傾向。
What were event variations? Kunosato-san clicked the mouse to move to the next page. I read along with her.
視覚刺激による発症。的中率 9.25%。中脳辺縁系ニューロンのドーパミン分泌の誘発による発現。 視床下部損傷と切除、発症見られず、思考のトレース、リモートビューイング、妄想の増幅による事象への影響。
Over half the report was filled with specialized language that I didn't really understand, but by desperately connecting the words I did know, I managed to make some sense out of the report. And
まさかそんなことが。
I was stunned. Was that really possible? The girl who had cried to us for help was being experimented on here. And the point of these experiments was...
人間の脳をいじって超常的な特殊能力を発症させる実験。
That explained why Shinjo-san and Kunosato-san were talking about psychics. And that was why the commonality that I had suspected was lurking behind the murders.
Oi.
Kunosato-san caught me looking and threatened me in a low voice. But I didn't have time to worry about that.
これ本当なんですか？こんな SF みたいなことが本当に。
She looked unhappy, but gave in.
実験自体は随分と前から行われていたようだ。というよりも、この病院自体がその実験のカモフラージュのために建てられたと考えてもいい。
この病院が？
ああ。
それで今は？
はあ？
今は行われてるんですか？その実験。
If that's true, is she still here?
いや、ある出来事をきっかけに中止されたらしい。
A certain event.
中止されたのはちょうど6年前。2009年11月6日。
それって。
渋谷地震の日。
地震のせいで研究どころじゃなくなったのか。
いや違うな。この病院は震源域の外だ。被害は全く受けていない。
じゃあどうして？
だからそれを探って。
Kunosato-san stopped short and clicked her tongue. She must have decided that she had told us too much.
いいからおとなしくしていろ。
She pushed me away from the screen, lightly. It looked like she didn't want me to read anymore.
これは。
Kunosato-san's hand froze on the mouse. She was staring intently at the screen. Then she started to talk to herself.
11番目のロールシャッハが脳に与える影響。11番目。
She had just knocked me away so that I couldn't see the screen, but I couldn't help but lean forward. Her voice was just that strange.
どうしたんですか？
ロールシャッハテストには10種類の絵しか存在しない。11番目なんて聞いたことも。だから黙ってろお前。
Kuno Sato-san turned around and glared at me. When she did, I caught a glimpse of the monitor. The screen was filled with thumbnails of the different Rorschach tests, and Kuno Sato-san was just about to click on this mysterious 11th Rorschach. Kuno Sato-san clicked to open the file. When she did... What appeared on the screen was...
歴史シール
I had no idea what was going on. I felt sick. I couldn't stand. I collapsed to the floor. It felt like something was crawling up from the bottom of my intestines. That something was bugs. Tiny, slimy bugs with lots of little feet were crawling up my stomach into my throat, scattering disgusting fluids behind them as they moved. The disgusting crawling sensation passed through my throat and out into my mouth. What the hell were those things? Stop it! Help me! I feel sick. Help me. Get out of my body.
タクしっかりしてよ。タクってば。
Did I fall asleep? No, that's not it. I looked at the screen and suddenly felt sick, and then passed out. Where am I? My head feels horribly cold.
なんだか気持ちがいいね。
I just heard Sarika's voice, but I can't see her. Where am I?
ほら見て見て。しんちゃんたらあんな格好になってる。
Ito is here.
私とタクもお揃いだね。
Matching? What is she talking about? When I looked to the side and saw it, my head cleared instantly. Sir Ika was next to me, lying in the same kind of seat I had seen the girl in the vision sitting in. What was strange was her head. There was something on top of it, slimy and pink. No, that wasn't it. That was her brain. The top of Sarika's skull was completely gone, with several electrodes sticking out of what remained. I suddenly heard a high-pitched voice from the other side. It took some time before I realized that the voice belonged to Ito. That's how insane it sounded. I couldn't tell if Ito was screaming in pain or pleasure. Sometimes the line between those is very thin indeed. His head was, his brain was exposed, and part of it seemed to be missing.
気持ちいいねトク。
I tried to move, but I was held down tight and couldn't budge. I heard a cold voice from above my head. The voice was...
今すぐお前もあいつのようにしてやる。だからじっとしているがいい。
Something cold touched my head. At least, that's how it felt. It felt good, like my brain was going to melt, and soon I wasn't sure where I ended, and the rest of the world began. Where am I? Am I back in the basement?
トク、大丈夫？
ああ、大丈夫だ。起きられるか？ほら。
Ito slowly helped me to my feet.
軽い。僕、どうしたんだ？
うん、画面にね、例の怖いシールがいきなりアップになったからびっくりしたんだよ。それで転んでタクは頭を打っちゃって。
そうか。
I rubbed the back of my head, and sure enough, there was a big bump. Kuno Sato-san was staring at me from in front of the screen. I thought she was going to complain again, but instead she pulled me up to look at the screen.
確かめてもらいたいことができた。来い。
あのシールなら許してください。なんか気分が優れなくて。
いや、あれじゃない。いいから来い。
見るなって言ったり見ろって言ったり。
なんだ。
わかりましたよ。
Since it was clear that she wasn't going to take no for an answer, I stood next to her.
お前に確認してほしいのはこのファイルだ。
Kuno Sato-san tapped the report on the screen with her nails.
11番目のロールシャン派。さっきの画像に何らかの効果があるとみなされて、初めて実験に使用されたのが2007年とある。
2007 was 2 years before the Shibuya earthquake. That was right about the time people started to see the sumo stickers, if I remember right. And that was the same year we had snuck in here to find out the truth about the urban legend of Amy-chan. I took the mouse and read the next part.
自称変異を起こす素養を持つ存在のみが人の顔を模したように見える11番目の画像に対し、通常の人間とは異なる反応を示す。そのことが判明した。この症状が最初に観測されたのは、被験体番号第79号、南沢千里からであり。
And then I stopped scrolling down the screen. There was a picture of a girl there.
どうだ、その子に見覚えがあるか？
タク、この子。
あ、
Remember her? That was the girl. That was the girl we saw that day. That was the girl who also saw us and begged for help. Kuno Sato-san looked at me.
さっき話していたこの施設にいたかもしれない友達というのはこの子なんだな。
はい。
I wasn't sure how to answer, but I decided to keep up the lie that she was my friend. The truth was, I had only just now learned that her name was Mina Misawa Senri.
そうか。
But Kuno Sato-san looked very sad. I didn't know she was even capable of looking that way. She stared at the picture of Mina Misawa Senri on the screen.
私はお前のことを嫌いだが、ここで苦しんでいた友達をずっと忘れないでいることには敬意を払ってもいい。
Her eyes grew just a little softer. But I felt a cold sweat as I looked at them. It wasn't out of friendship that I had never been able to forget the girl named Mina Misawa Senri. It was because she was in my nightmares, but I couldn't say that. All I could do was try and make it hard to tell what I was really thinking.
本当は救いたかったのに、それができなかった。でも、それは仕方のないことだ。気に病むことはない。
そうじゃない。違うんだ。
I had been too afraid to save her, and I had abandoned her.
今、彼女はどうしているんだろう。
Kuno Sato-san didn't realize what I was thinking, though. She called up more data on the girl called Mina Misawa Senri.
彼女は11番目の画像で特殊な兆候を見せた被験者としてかなり強引な実験を受けていたようだ。でも死ぬことなく生き延びた。
Forceful experiments, the kind that could kill you. When I heard that, I almost threw up. I did my best to keep Kuno Sato-san from finding out.
だが渋谷地震の時に運悪く震源域に居合わせて、それ以降は行方不明ということになっているな。
行方不明？
いや、正確にはこの実験施設が地震の直後に機能を終えてしまったため、彼女に関するデータが存在しないというのが正しい。ただ地震の犠牲になった可能性は高いな。
Okay, friends. I am afraid that this is where I'm going to have to call it. I have multiple family members today are apparently needing my help for multiple different reasons, so yeah, yeah. I'm not even sure I'm going to be able to help one of them. One of them might just be a matter of the fact that phone companies suck ass, and customer service never knows what the fuck they're talking about. They never do. So stay safe, friends. Maybe I will see you tomorrow for some Bug Fables. Bug Fable sounds good. Go visit the Termite Kingdom. Yeah. Until then.